miles per hour. Last night when we were talking, as this thing was starting to come ashore, it was only moving about 10 to 15 miles per hour. So it's really picked up speed here over the last couple of hours, and it continues to race north. That's why you think about it, it's kind of crazy. It was sitting out in the Gulf last night, maybe when you went to bed, and it's going to be in and out of our area by lunchtime. Mile-per-hour gust in Perry, a 38-mile-per-hour gust right now in Tallahassee. But look up into Georgia, almost a 50-mile-per-hour gust there in Jacksonville, right in Jacksonville, Florida. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts right now at St. Simon's Island, Georgia. A 40-mile-per-hour wind gust as well. 37-mile-per-hour wind gust right now in Albany, Georgia. So Georgia is now starting to get the worst of this storm, and our wind will also pick up in that 40-mile-per-hour range as well as the worst of that comes through. I'm going to show you what's going on down in Tampa, Florida. In fact, these folks are seeing really historic flooding from Helene as it pushes all of that water into the bay. And the water you're seeing here, yes, it's been raining, but most of this is from storm surge. And I had a question yesterday on my Facebook page asking to explain what that storm surge actually is. And when you think about it, think about all the wind that these systems create and all the wind that Helene has had. As it moves inland into Florida, it is pushing, all of that wind is pushing the ocean water. It's basically pushing the ocean inland into those inland places. So like Tampa Bay, the bay, of course, all of that water from the bay rushing inland for those folks there. So that's why we've seen all of this really historic, catastrophic flooding and really big time issues down in Tampa. So it'll take a long, long time for those folks to clean that up. Meanwhile, we have tropical storm warnings in effect for the entire state of South Carolina. Tropical storm warnings in effect for all of western North Carolina and even down into the Charlotte area as well. Those folks will see a little higher wind gusts than we will in the Charlotte area. Meanwhile, the mountains just on go for everything possible with this. Heavy rain, strong winds, and I expect there to be some long-lasting problems up in our North Carolina mountains by the time we're all said and done with today. Let's show you what's happening on radar here at home. By the way, I will point out one tornado warning down near Charleston this morning, and I do, as we get into the mid-morning hours, expect that we'll have some tornado warnings for us to bring to you on air. It's just kind of a given with this setup and what we've seen so far, and how Helene has been producing some of those tornado warnings elsewhere. We had a tornado warning last night actually in Alamance and Caswell County, and there was a confirmed tornado with that as well. All right, so as far as rainfall goes, we're sort of in a little lull period right now as we go through the overnight hours. So things are pretty calm. If you're trying to go back to bed, trying to get a little bit of sleep, you should be okay doing that. Just make sure your phone is turned on to a way where you can hear warnings or get warnings while you're sleeping in case they're issued. But for the next couple of hours, I expect that we're going to be pretty quiet and pretty calm around this area. Rain still continues for the North Carolina mountains. Much more of that heavy rain is on the way from the south, and that's what arrives to us after sunrise. I think once we get into 7, 8, 9, 10 o'clock, we're going to be the busiest through our area. And again, like I said, the mountain rain will continue. Most of the rain that we're getting right now, if any, is light, and that's mostly around the Triad area and points to the north and west. Folks in Randolph County, Asheboro, Alamance County, over to Siler City and Chatham County, even parts of Davidson County, Montgomery County, are really not all that wet right now. In fact, it's not even raining in Asheboro, not even raining on the south side of Guilford County either. You'll notice flood warnings are just posted and blanketed for our entire North Carolina mountains. Those folks have seen constant rain since Wednesday night, and it's going to continue And I really fear that these folks are going to get rocked with rain and wind as the worst of this pushes through going into this morning a little bit later. Flood watches are posted for our entire Triad area. Those do extend to the east toward Raleigh and Durham. They cover all of our counties to the south along the South Carolina border as well, and all of our counties to the north along the Virginia border as well. So much of the state now is blanketed in those flood watches, of course, with rain already and a lot more of it on the way later this morning. Still a Category 1 hurricane. Of course, Helene is going to continue to push off to the north and west. It will continue to weaken, but look, it's still going to be a tropical storm by the time it passes through North Carolina. And even though this is going to be off to our west a bit, these impacts are going to be felt several hundred miles away from the center of the storm. So as we've been showing you the track every single day, we're giving you those updates on the latest track. We've had to tell you, even though the storm's moving north and west, don't focus on the center of the storm. For us, we're on the west side, or what we call the dirty side of the storm. So usually that's where the worst wind, worst rain is, and where that tornado risk is that we'll also have for us today. As we take it through in time and futurecast, look, by the time we get into this evening and into tonight, we're going to be clearing things out. I really think early afternoon, we're all said and done from this thing. So as far as our impacts go, flash flooding, that risk is going to be the highest again through the mid-morning hours, 7, 8, 9, 10 o'clock, maybe a little later than that, maybe up to 11 or 12, but that's going to be our worst as those heavier bands push through. And as they do, we'll have those high winds along with it. So gusts 35 to 45 miles per hour. Those will continue through lunchtime, but start to taper off as we get into the afternoon. We also will have to keep an eye out for several tornado warnings that are a possibility, and something that we've been watching over the last couple of days and watching that materialize. We'll watch that again as we go through the mid-morning hours, and I would expect there to be some power outages stacking up across our area as well. Flash flood risk, of course, it goes without saying, is extremely high for the North Carolina mountains and high for us as well. We'll also have that tornado risk to keep an eye on too. So 35 to 45 mile per hour gust here, possibly some 65 plus mile per hour gust up in the mountains. I really expect there to be long-lasting problems there. Mudslides, landslides, down trees, numerous power outages possible in our North Carolina mountains. We have a News 2 weather impact alert day that goes up until 2 p.m. this afternoon. So be ready for rain, wind, and some possible tornadoes. Make sure all your devices are charged up and you have a way to get warnings in case they're issued. Our weather starts to improve this evening. A really nice day on the way for Saturday to round things out. Better weather on the way as we go into next week. All right, a good Friday early morning to you. Thanks for watching. Meteorologist Christian Morgan as we continue to track Hurricane Helene as it makes its way toward the Carolinas. And of course, we are on go today for a lot of rain and a lot of wind, especially this morning through midday. Now, I do expect things to get a lot better once we get into the afternoon, but in the meantime, we're really paying close attention to this as we get into sunrise and through the early morning hours. We're sort of in a little bit of a lull period right now, but that will change as we go closer and closer toward the morning commute time frame. So I'll go ahead and tell you, if you're up early watching this or if you're watching this delayed, if you have the opportunity and the ability to work from home today is one of those good days to do that. And if I can encourage you at all to stay off the roads this morning and stay at home, I hope that message comes through pretty clear to you. It's just not a morning where you're going to want to be traveling out and around and across the Carolinas for today. Let's talk about where Hurricane Helene is. Now, it did make landfall several hours ago in the Big Bend of Florida. Now it's moved out of Florida, actually, and the center of the storm is actually sitting in Georgia. It's about 30 miles north of Valdosta, Georgia. That's south of Atlanta near Albany, Georgia. But you can see the center of that storm there right now. It is still a hurricane, still a Category 1 storm. It still has 90 mile per hour winds as of the last update from the National Hurricane Center just about an hour ago at 2 o'clock. Now, this thing really is racing to the north and northeast. It has picked up forward momentum on a lot of it, moving north at 26 miles per hour. Last night when we were talking as this thing was starting to come ashore, it was only moving about 10 to 15 miles per hour. So it's really picked up speed here over the last couple of hours, and it continues to race north. That's why you think about it, it's kind of crazy. It was sitting out in the Gulf last night, maybe when you went to bed, and it's going to be in and out of our area by lunchtime today. So this thing really is trucking along. I want to show you where that eye wall is, which is usually where the heaviest rain and the strongest wind is in a system like this. Again, like we mentioned, that center of the storm just north about 30 miles of Valdosta, Georgia. So here's Macon, here's Atlanta, here's Savannah. It's really kind of in between Savannah and Macon, right along Highway 16. So that's where the worst of this storm is right now. That's where you're getting the heaviest rain and the strongest winds. And that is continuing to push to the north. And you'll see some of those really heavy pockets, heavy bands of rain now pushing into parts of South Carolina. So Columbia starting to get some light rain right now. They're really going to be under the gun with heavy rain in the upstate of South Carolina as we move closer and closer toward the early morning hour. So that's the worst of the storm right now. Atlanta still doing okay. Check out some of these wind gusts too. And if you notice, look down in Florida, 21 in Crystal River, 33-mile-per-hour gusts right now at 3 a.m. in Daytona Beach. So the wind is actually getting better pretty quickly for the folks in Florida. 38-mile-per-hour gust in Perry, a 38-mile-per-hour gust right now in Tallahassee. But look up into Georgia, almost a 50-mile-per-hour gust there in Jacksonville, right in Jacksonville, Florida. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts right now at St. Simon's Island, Georgia. A 40-mile-per-hour wind gust as well. 37-mile-per-hour wind gust right now in Albany, Georgia. So Georgia is now starting to get the worst of this storm, and our wind will also pick up in that 40-mile-per-hour range as well as the worst of that comes through. I'm going to show you what's going on down in Tampa, Florida. In fact, these folks are seeing really historic flooding from Helene as it pushes all of that water into the bay. And the water you're seeing here, yes, it's been raining, but most of this is from storm surge. And I had a question yesterday on my Facebook page asking to explain what that storm surge actually is. And when you think about it, think about all the wind that these systems create and all the wind that Helene has had. As it moves inland into Florida, it is pushing, all of that wind is pushing the ocean water. It's basically pushing the ocean inland into those inland places. So like Tampa Bay, the bay, of course, all of that water from the bay rushing inland for those folks there. So that's why we've seen all of this really historic, catastrophic flooding and really big time issues down in Tampa. So it'll take a long, long time for those folks to clean that up. Meanwhile, we have tropical storm warnings in effect for the entire state of South Carolina. Tropical storm warnings in effect for all of western North Carolina and even down into the Charlotte area as well. Those folks will see a little higher wind gusts than we will in the Charlotte area. Meanwhile, the mountains just on go for everything possible with this. Heavy rain, strong winds, and I expect there to be some long-lasting problems up in our North Carolina mountains by the time we're all said and done with today. Let's show you what's happening on radar here at home. By the way, I will point out one tornado warning down near Charleston this morning, and I do, as we get into the mid-morning hours, expect that we'll have some tornado warnings for us to bring to you on air. It's just kind of a given with this setup and what we've seen so far and how Helene has been producing some of those tornado warnings elsewhere. We had a tornado warning last night actually in Alamance and Caswell County, and there was a confirmed tornado with that as well. All right, so as far as rainfall goes, we're sort of in a little lull period right now as we go through the overnight hours. So things are pretty calm. If you're trying to go back to bed, trying to get a little bit of sleep, you should be okay doing that. Just make sure your phone is turned on to a way where you can hear warnings or get warnings while you're sleeping in case they're issued. But for the next couple of hours, I expect that we're going to be pretty quiet and pretty calm around this area. Rain still continues for the North Carolina mountains. Much more of that heavy rain is on the way from the south, and that's what arrives to us after sunrise. I think once we get into 7, 8, 9, 10 o'clock, we're going to be the busiest through our area. And again, like I said, the mountain rain will continue. Most of the rain that we're getting right now, if any, is light, and that's mostly around the Triad area and points to the north and west. Folks in Randolph County, Asheboro, Alamance County, over to Siler City and Chatham County, even parts of Davidson County, Montgomery County, are really not all that wet right now. In fact, it's not even raining in Asheboro, not even raining on the south side of Guilford County either. You'll notice flood warnings are just posted and blanketed for our entire North Carolina mountains. Those folks have seen constant rain since Wednesday night, and it's going to continue. And I really fear that these folks are going to get rocked with rain and wind as the worst of this pushes through going into this morning a little bit later. Flood watches are posted for our entire Triad area. Those do extend to the east toward Raleigh and Durham. They cover all of our counties to the south along the South Carolina border as well, and all of our counties to the north along the Virginia border as well. So much of the state now is blanketed in those flood watches. Of course, with rain already and a lot more of it on the way. later this morning. Still a Category 1 hurricane. Of course, Helene is going to continue to push off to the north and west. It will continue to weaken, but look, it's still going to be a tropical storm by the time it passes through North Carolina. And even though this is going to be off to our west a bit, these impacts are going to be felt several hundred miles away from the center of the storm. So as we've been showing you the track every single day, we're giving you those updates on the latest track. We've had to tell you, even though the storm's moving north and west, don't focus on the center of the storm. For us, we're on the west side, or what we call the dirty side of the storm. So usually that's where the worst wind, worst rain is, and where that tornado risk is that we'll also have for us today. As we take it through in time and futurecast, look, by the time we get into this evening and into tonight, we're going to be clearing things out. I really think early afternoon, we're all said and done from this thing. So as far as our impacts go, flash flooding, that risk is going to be the highest again through the mid-morning hours, 7, 8, 9, 10 o'clock, maybe a little later than that, maybe up to 11 or 12, but that's going to be our worst as those heavier bands push through. And as they do, we'll have those high winds along with it. So gusts 35 to 45 miles per hour. Those will continue through lunchtime, but start to taper off as we get into the afternoon. We also will have to keep an eye out for several tornado warnings that are a possibility, and something that we've been watching over the last couple of days and watching that materialize. We'll watch that again as we go through the mid-morning hours, and I would expect there to be some power outages stacking up across our area as well. Flash flood risk, of course, it goes without saying, is extremely high for the North Carolina mountains and high for us as well. We'll also have that tornado risk to keep an eye on too. So 35 to 45 mile per hour gust here, possibly some 65 plus mile per hour gust up in the mountains. I really expect there to be long-lasting problems there. Mudslides, landslides, down trees, numerous power outages possible in our North Carolina mountains. We have a News 2 weather impact alert day that goes up until 2 p.m. this afternoon. So be ready for rain, wind, and some possible tornadoes. Make sure all your devices are charged up and you have a way to get warnings in case they're issued. Our weather starts to improve this evening. A really nice day on the way for Saturday to round things out. Better weather on the way as we go into next week. All right, a good Friday early morning to you. Thanks for watching. Meteorologist Christian Morgan as we continue to track Hurricane Helene as it makes its way toward the Carolinas. And of course, we are on go today for a lot of rain and a lot of wind, especially this morning.
We're getting right to it this morning. A devastated hurricane is now crossing onto land. Hurricane Helene is making landfall in Florida as a Category 4 storm right now as it turns towards the Triad. The state has already seen big problems. This is a live look over a bridge in Tampa this morning. Storm surge has swallowed up this road, reaching just under a stop sign. In Asheville, you can see the rain picking up on our sky cam. That part of our state is expected to get hit the hardest. South of Asheville, a huge part of a road disappeared. This sinkhole in Hendersonville is a sign of what could become a widespread problem. And then back in our area, the Yadkin River burst over its banks. Video from just hours ago shows flooding in Surry County. And no Triad Public Schools will have in-person classes today. If you have decided to go remote, you can keep up with all the closings from our area at the bottom of your screen. Christian, what can we expect from Helene here in the Triad?
All right, Lauren, thanks. Let's get right to it this morning. This is our big day, and I really think the worst for us is going to come after sunrise through the mid-morning hours. So that morning commute is probably going to be a bit messy. If you have the option and the availability to do it, I would suggest working from home today. It's just really not a morning where you're going to want to be on the roads or out and about really anywhere. Let me show you where Helene is right now. The center of it, about 100 miles southwest of Augusta, Georgia. It came ashore in the Big Bend of Florida last night just after 11 o'clock as a Category 4 hurricane. And you can see that what's left of the eye here, the worst rain, the worst wind now pushing through Georgia and starting to make its way into the upstate of South Carolina. You can see if we show the live radar, what we call in the eye wall here is where we see that worst wind, the worst rain, and that tornado threat as well. This is really the worst of the storm, and it's pushing north, heading into our area as we get into the mid-morning hours. For now, we're pretty much in a little bit of a lull, which has been good news. You've been able to sleep. Things have been quiet in the overnight hours, but now once we head towards sunrise, expect things to start to get a little bit busier here in the Triad. It is a News 2 weather impact alert day. Really want you focused from 5 a.m. to 2 p.m., but I think the main event is mostly from 8 a.m. up until about 12 p.m. That's when I think our worst of it comes through. So heavy rain, gusty winds. We will have the possibility of a few tornadoes across the Piedmont as well. And I would foresee a situation where we have a couple of tornado warnings this morning. So make sure you have a way to get those warnings if they're issued. And of course, if they are, we'll be on TV with you and guiding you all the way through it. So be alert for warnings. Make sure your devices are charged up. Also keep an eye out for flash flooding as we go into this morning. Let's fast forward in time. Here we go, working our way towards 7 and 8 o'clock. You really start to see those things ramping up. The heaviest of our rain, strongest winds are going to push through, and that could be from Raleigh up through the Triad all the way up to the north along the Virginia border through about 11 and 12 o'clock. Getting into the afternoon, things really start to improve pretty quickly. So that flood threat is the worst from 7, 8 o'clock up until about 11 or noon. At that same time, we watch for gusty winds, that isolated tornado, and we could have a few scattered power outages stacking up across the area too. I've got more coming up.
President Joe Biden signed off on an emergency declaration for our state that frees up FEMA to coordinate relief efforts. It's easy to see why leaders have urged such caution. This is a forecast from the National Weather Service. It predicts record flooding in the western part of the state. A river could crest at 21 feet. There's no way around it and no way to escape it. Water is simply everywhere in the area of Asheville right now. County leaders encouraged folks to evacuate yesterday. The flood risk isn't going away anytime soon. WFMY News 2's Amber Lake is in Asheville. She got a look at the early impacts of Helene from overnight.
One of the big problematic areas here in Asheville is right here in Biltmore Village. Just a few hours ago, this entire area was completely underwater. Thankfully, that water has receded, but a lot more rain is expected to come into this area coming into tomorrow morning. You can see they still have the roadblocks up to make sure that people know that this is an area of concern. We have businesses over here to our right that have already put sandbags in front of their doors. They're just trying to protect as much as they can in the storm. We have, again, the sandbags. We have windows that are boarded up, barriers, just trying to make sure that everyone stays safe and the items inside that building remain untouched. Local officials have urged residents who live close to Biltmore Village or Fletcher to self-evacuate. That's because historic flooding is expected. Since pulling into Asheville earlier today, we've seen some of that flooding already. This is over at Carrier Park on Amboy Road. You can see some cars are taking the chance at driving through these flooded roadways. The best option, though, is to turn around and find a different route. People who live in Asheville say while they have seen flooding before, nothing like this, and they worry for others.
Well, so I'm mainly worried about the people who are down towards the railroad, because the railroad is usually the lowest part in this area.
Again, historic flooding is expected for this area of Asheville. We'll be reaching out to local officials in the morning and bringing you updates during the Good Morning Show. In Asheville, Amber Lake, WFMY News 2.
And we will check in with Amber a little later into the morning. And help from the Triad is now in the western corner of our state. Greensboro Fire sent 18 people from its search and rescue team. They could stay out there for up to a week. Winston-Salem's Fire Swift Water Rescue Team got out west Wednesday night. It's stationed in McDowell County. That's just east of Asheville. Just outside of the Piedmont Triad, Boone is getting hammered with rain. A live look over King Street shows water starting to accumulate on the road and the rain just coming down in buckets. And in Asheville, flooding is already a giant problem, as we've shown you, and it will only intensify. You can hardly make out a car in the middle of a park because the water is just so high. Similar problem in the Linville Falls area right now. The National Park Service shows flash flooding taking over the picnic area. The foothills have seen the brunt of the storm so far in our area. Rain has rivers and creeks rushing, creating dangerous conditions this morning. WFMY News 2's Nixon Norman spent the night in Wilkes County, where first responders say flooding left a woman stranded.
This bad weather has turned Wilkesboro into a ghost town. If you take a look behind me, you can see the Moravian Creek is raging. I spoke with folks nearby who say they've never seen it this high or go this fast. Not only are bodies of water here in Wilkesboro overflowing, so are the roads. Right here next to Moravian Creek is School Street, which has been closed off to drivers. So much rain is expected that businesses off School Street are stacking sandbag on top of sandbag to deter any water from getting inside. I spoke with the fire chief of Miller Creek's fire department, who says emergency services are simply asking folks to stay home.
Biggest thing for us is stay off the roads. You never know where a tree's at, especially at night. You never know where water has undermined the road. Everybody stay at home tonight, please. If you are nearby water, if you see the water rising, please call. We'll come out and evaluate. If we need to get to you, we will.
Fire Chief Bolin tells me that so far they've only had one water incident, where a driveway on Reddy Street was washed away, leaving a woman stranded, unable to get to her home. There were no injuries, and she is now safe and sound. Bolin says crews will be on standby throughout the night. Again, he says it's best to stay off the roads, but do not hesitate to call them. In Wilkesboro, Nixon Norman, WFMY News 2.
It is now 4:38. Spectrum opened up nearly 35,000 Wi-Fi access points across the Carolinas. The hotspots offer internet access if your devices go down. To search Spectrum Wi-Fi in your internet settings. Duke Energy has more than 10,000 workers ready to jump into action. A company spokesperson told us it has staging areas set in Charlotte and in the western part of the state. Keep in mind, though, crews cannot start working on damaged lines until winds die down for their safety. If we do start seeing widespread outages, they could linger. Our area is not included in Duke Energy's Priority 1 status for this storm. With resources diverted elsewhere across the state, it could take longer than normal to get the power back on. The Greensboro Police Storm Response Team is active this morning. That frees up department resources to head out to power outages, flash flooding, and crashes. DOT has more than 2,600 employees spread out across the state. They'll work to drain flooded areas, open and close hazardous roads, and clear out some of the debris. The best practice is to simply stay off the roads if you can. Coming up after the break, we go to Florida, where folks are getting the brunt of the hurricane. It's 4:39. We'll be right back. Stick with us. Helene made landfall late last night in northwestern Florida as a Category 4 hurricane. Forecasters are warning of unsurvivable storm surge and dangerous winds spanning hundreds of miles so far. At least 3 people have been killed as a result of the storms. Nicole Valdez is in Tampa with more.
The wind howling in Tampa and the roads heavily flooded in Naples and Lee County. Hours before Helene made landfall in the Big Bend area of Florida's Gulf Coast, Governor Ron DeSantis said one person was killed when a sign fell on their car on a Tampa highway.
It's very dangerous conditions out there. You need to be right now just hunkering down. Now's not the time to be going out.
These college students from St. Petersburg were among the many who evacuated to escape Helene's wrath. They drove 3.5 hours to Fort Pierce.
It's still stormy, but I can't imagine what it's like closer to the storm, so I feel a lot safer being away from it.
Some who live in Tallahassee made the decision to move to a shelter.
Well, it's kind of scary. I just stay prayed up. I just hope everybody get through it together.
Millions are expected to lose electricity. Power lines fell as far east as Port St. Lucie.
It was scary. I'm not gonna lie to you, especially when I walked out and I seen that. And I seen the cables right over me. I was like, yeah, that's not good.
The storm so immense it already toppled trees in Atlanta, and heavy rains opened this sinkhole north of the city. This is what Helene looked like from space as it bared down on the southeast. Nicole Valdez, CBS News, Tampa.
There are declared emergencies in Florida, Georgia, Alabama, Virginia, and here in the Carolinas. Christian.
All right, thanks, Lauren. 4:43 right now as we track Helene on this Friday morning. As you look down in South Carolina, you can see several tornado warnings starting to stack up just south of Columbia as that heaviest rain, strongest wind from Helene start to push into the upstate. Our busiest time this morning, mostly after sunrise up until about lunchtime. We'll take you through hour by hour, talk about the impacts we could see here in the Carolinas and in the Piedmont Triad coming up. Well, it's a News 2 weather impact alert day on this Friday up until about 2 o'clock. Really want you paying attention for heavy rain, gusty wind, and the chance for a few isolated tornadoes as Helene pushes through the Carolinas. So be alert for warnings. Make sure your devices are charged, and it's a good morning if you don't have to go out to stay at home. Things improve after lunchtime. We'll be clearing it out. Heading into this evening, our weather is in a lot better shape. Heading into the first part of the weekend, mainly dry and warm with sunshine near 80 for Saturday. All right, a good Friday morning to you, Piedmont Triad, a News 2 weather impact alert day as we track Helene moving into the Piedmont. ready to bring a lot of rain and a lot of wind to our area for this morning. Let's show you the latest update on Helene. At 4 o'clock this morning, just about an hour ago, it was 100 miles southwest of Augusta, Georgia, and this thing is really trucking along with moving north at 30 miles per hour and 75-mile-per-hour winds. So it's still a Category 1 hurricane as it pushes through inland Georgia. And you can see that heaviest rain now right along the eye wall of this storm just south of Augusta. That's where the strongest wind is, where the heaviest rain is, and where that highest tornado risk is as well. Look down in Florida, though. Things are starting to improve there. Winds only gusting to about 15 miles an hour. Crystal River, about 30 miles per hour up in Daytona Beach. But watch, as that system pushes through Georgia, we're getting some 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts near Augusta, Georgia, a 56-mile-per-hour wind gust down in Charleston as well, almost a 40-mile-per-hour wind gust currently in Hilton Head Island, South Carolina. So things are moving north and are headed our way over the next couple of hours. Want to show you this live look in Tampa, Florida, right in the bay near the center of the city, where they've seen some of the worst storm surge flooding on record in that area as all of that water got pushed inland from that storm. And you can see the water here about halfway up the stop sign. It was even higher than that just a couple of hours ago when we were looking there as well. Now for us, we've sort of been in a lull period overnight, which is good news, right? You've been able to sleep. Some folks have been able to nap or at least get a little bit of shut-eye without much worry. But things are really going to start to ramp up, especially after sunrise. And of course, the rain still is ongoing in our North Carolina mountains, where big problems are going to be setting up there this morning. Let's take you through in time. Rain plus future wind gusts here. Watch, they really start to pick up after sunrise this morning, and that rain really starts to move in after about 8 o'clock. I think the main event here is 8 a.m. to noon for our area. But watch, by 8, 9 o'clock, we're seeing those 40 to 45 mile per hour gusts, extremely heavy rain to our west and up over the mountains, and we start to get some of those heaviest bands of rain moving into our area through mid-morning and up until about lunchtime. And some of those could extend from Raleigh up through the Triad all the way up along the North Carolina-Virginia border and into the mountains. Now, once we move past lunchtime, our winds start to die down, our rain starts to taper off. We'll still be breezy, but we're in much better shape without much rain to talk about as we go into our Friday evening. So News 2 Weather Impact Alert Day wants you alert from 5 a.m. up until about 2 p.m. But again, the main event here is 8 a.m. up until noon. Heavy rain, gusty wind, possibly some isolated tornadoes as well. So make sure you have a way to get warnings. Make sure your devices are charged up. And I'll tell you, if you can stay at home this morning, that's really the best thing to do. You'll see flood warnings just paint the western North Carolina mountains. Our tornado risk is not low, but it's not super high. It gets higher south and east of the Triad that you go, but it's something we'll want to pay attention to as we go through the morning. Flash flooding going to be a big concern, especially in those 8 a.m. to noon hours. That's when our highest wind gusts will be and when our best chance for an isolated tornado will be as well. And after that, I think we're going to start to see some power outages stacking up across the Piedmont with all of that rain and all of that wind. You'll see tropical storm warnings in effect for the Charlotte area and the mountains. We have high wind advisories in effect here in the Piedmont for those 35 to some 45 mile per hour gusts. Watch how they pick up as we go into the middle of the morning. Mountains could be seeing 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts. So that's going to be part of the problem up that way. For us, 35 to 45 mile per hour gusts along with that loose soil, that will be enough to bring down some trees and cause some power outages across our area. Again, high wind gusts up in the mountains. I see long-lasting impacts setting up in our mountains for today. Things going to get better, though, this afternoon and this evening. Our weekend kicks off on a nice note. We're mainly dry and warm near 80 Saturday. Cooler weather comes back. Feels like fall next week.
The economy grew at a healthy annual 3% rate from April through June. The Commerce Department says strong consumer spending and business investment drove the increase. As inflation decreases and the job market slows, the Fed cut its benchmark interest rate by a half point last week. The nation's supply chain could be severely affected if dock workers along the East and Gulf Coasts go on strike. The International Longshoremen's Association's contract with ports from Maine to Texas expires Tuesday morning. The U.S. Maritime Alliance, which represents the ports, filed an unfair labor practice charge with the National Labor Relations Board to try to force the union to return to the bargaining table. And Republican presidential candidate, former President Donald Trump, wants to sell you watches. Trump unveiled his new collection yesterday. A watch that's encrusted with diamonds is going for $100,000. A Fight model is much cheaper, retailing for just under $500. That's your CBS News Money Watch report. For more, log on to cbsmoneywatch.com. At the CBS Broadcast Center, I'm Chanel Call.
Batman became the first superhero to get a star on the Walk of Fame. Actors who've played the Caped Crusader have their own stars. This one is for the fictional character, a superhero for more than 85 years. A big milestone for one of the country's most popular soap operas. Sharon Case has now starred on The Young and the Restless for 30 years. To mark her long career, the show is airing a standalone episode about her character.
That is very flattering that they think that much of me to give me that, because I remember being here years ago when I was younger and seeing other actors that skit shows like that, and I never imagined that would be me.
That special anniversary episode airs today on CBS. Kate Winslet says she was deeply inspired by the subject of her newest film. The actor stars as World War II photographer Elizabeth Miller in the movie Lee.
We don't hire older models.
I'm not a model anymore. I'd rather take a picture than be one.
She says Miller was a powerful and important woman who wouldn't take no for an answer.
Lee lived her life with such integrity and determination and grace and empathy. And that's how women are living their lives now. That's how I live my life, and that's how we're teaching our daughters to live their life.
Winslet says it took 10 years to bring the story to the big screen. Lee opens in theaters today. And that's your Eye on Entertainment. Danya Backus, CBS News, Los Angeles.
The Good Morning Show continues at 5 a.m. with your morning headlines and weather. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Hey there, this is Megan Maleris. If you're watching us on WFMY Plus, we're about to start our Good Morning Show live on TV from 5 to 7. We have the latest on Helene as she devastates Florida and brings rain and flooding. All eyes on Helene this morning as we begin the 5 o'clock hour of the Good Morning Show. Megan Maleris, Ben Briscoe, Lauren Coleman, and meteorologist Christian Morgan hard at work tracking this system.
Yeah, I think the worst for us is really going to come after sunrise this morning, guys. And thankfully, things have been pretty quiet as expected overnight. So a lot of people have been able to kind of get some sleep and get some shut-eye without a lot of worry.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look out in Florida, see how things are going down there. Helene is coming in heavy with robust winds, shaking traffic cameras along the bridge near Tampa. You can see the pounds of rain flooding what should be the Franklin Bridge and folks driving through.
In another part of Tampa, floodwaters reaching new heights as neighbors try to wade through a pool of water. One man taking his dog into his arms as this water gets higher.
And folks over in the Siesta Keys trying to drive through the high floodwaters. Emergency officials urge you not to do this. Remember, just 18 inches of water is enough to carry away most SUVs.
Florida is certainly not the only state dealing with Helene. The storm surge is passing through Georgia too. In Chamblee, a massive sinkhole opened into the ground.
And take a look at this. Trees and power lines are down all over the Atlanta area. Crews are working around the clock to address ripped up tree trunks and split power lines. Officials are anticipating torrential rain, heavy flooding, and widespread power outages in Georgia, Alabama, and other states surrounding Florida. That's including right here in the Triad. That's why our team of meteorologists are calling today a weather impact alert day.
We are at the beginning of what our team says will be a rough morning and early afternoon.
Yeah, some areas already feeling the effects, Christian.
Yeah, they have, and especially our North Carolina mountains. They've had constant rain since Wednesday evening, and I really foresee big-time problems setting up there after this morning. Landslides, mudslides, that kind of thing will be possible. The mountains are not a place where you really want to be right now. I can assure you of that. All right, here's the latest on what is now Tropical Storm Helene as of just a couple of moments ago at 5 o'clock. It is weakened down now to a tropical storm with 70-mile-per-hour winds. So still very strong, moving north fast at 30 miles per hour. This thing made landfall in Florida late last night after 11 o'clock. So it has really picked up forward speed. You can see where that eye wall is right now, about 40 miles east of Macon, Georgia. That's where the heaviest rain, strongest winds are, as the center of the storm still passes through inland Georgia. And South Carolina is starting to get some of that heavy rain as well. We're still sort of in a lull period here in the Triad, but I think it really picks up for us 6, 7 o'clock. Really want you paying attention between 5 a.m. and 2 o'clock this afternoon. I think the biggest deal of this is really going to come, though, if we had to nail it down even closer, between about 8 a.m. and noon. That's when I think we'll see our heaviest rain, we see our strongest wind, and we will have the possibility for a couple of isolated tornadoes. So make sure your devices are charged up. Make sure you can get warnings in case they're issued. And I'll tell you, if you have the luxury or the ability to work from home this morning, it's really a good morning to do that. Not a morning where you're going to want to be out on the roads. Look at this. We go towards 7 or 8 o'clock. Our rain really starts to pick up, and some of it really could be torrential as those heavier bands of Helene push through. It lasts through 10, 11 o'clock. up till about lunchtime. And we could see those heavy bands from Raleigh up to the Triad, all the way up along the North Carolina-Virginia border as well. Early afternoon, though, our rain starts to taper off and our wind will start to die down as well. Okay, so flash flooding risk is the biggest this morning after sunrise through about 8 o'clock up until about lunchtime. That's when our highest winds will come too. So we'll have heavy rain coupled along with higher winds, 35 to 45 miles per hour. At that point, I think we start to see some power outages stacking up by midday, and some of those could linger in past lunchtime as well. We'll also have that chance for an isolated tornado that we'll need to keep an eye on. So, of course, if those get issued, tornado warnings get issued, we'll be on TV tracking it for you, and we're here around the clock today to keep you posted.
All right, thank you, Christian. President Joe Biden signed off on an emergency declaration for our state that frees up FEMA to coordinate relief efforts. It's easy to see why leaders have urged such caution. This is a forecast from the National Weather Service. It predicts record flooding in the western part of our state. A river could crest at 21 feet tonight. And no Triad public schools will have in-person classes today. A few have decided to go remote. You can keep up with all the closings from our area at the bottom of your screen. Again, Christian, what can we expect from Helene?
All right, Christian, tracking that system as we talk about this, one major area of concern is out in Asheville. It's familiar to you. Overnight flooding finally receded in Biltmore Village near the Biltmore after water fully submerged several shops there. Waters are expected to rise again this morning. Officials have left up roadblocks and businesses with boarded up windows and sandbags are trying to protect their merchandise. Leaders urged residents to close Biltmore Village or Fletcher to self-evacuate. Residents say while they have seen flooding before, nothing has been like this, and they worry for others who stayed.
So I'm mainly worried about the people who are down towards the railroad, because the railroad is usually the lowest part in this area.
Leaders and experts are expecting historic flooding in the mountains, especially in this area east of Asheville.
Spectrum is opening up nearly 35,000 Wi-Fi access points all across the Carolinas. The hotspots offer internet access if your devices go down. Just search Spectrum Wi-Fi in your internet settings. And Duke Energy has more than 10,000 workers ready to jump into action. A company spokesperson told us it has staging areas set up in Charlotte and the western part of the state. Now keep in mind, crews cannot start working on those damaged lines until the winds drop off. That's because it's just not safe to raise that bucket truck up in the air. If we do start seeing widespread outages, they could linger longer in our area because we are not included in Duke Energy's Priority 1 status for this storm. With resources diverted elsewhere across the state, it could take longer than normal to get the power back on.
It is now 5:06. The Greensboro Police Storm Response Team is active this morning. That frees up department resources to head out to power outages, flash flooding, and crashes. DOT has more than 2,600 employees spread out across the state. They'll work to drain flooded areas, open and close hazardous roads, and clear debris. The best practice is, though, to simply stay off the roads if you can.
Rescue missions have been underway overnight in Florida. This video shows crews using boats to reach people trapped in their homes along Fort Myers Beach. The water has been on land for hours now. Video in Tampa shows people wading through floodwaters waist deep. And in some places, it is even worse. The Florida governor warned people to take road closures seriously or face possibly deadly consequences.
Once we start to get the real nasty conditions, don't at that point go on the roadways. That is very hazardous. That does produce fatalities when people do that in the middle of the storm.
Listen to those conditions in Tampa right now. Whipping winds and pounding rain have drowned out any other street noise in the area.
Right now at 5:07, we are already seeing some impacts from the storm here in our state. This is DOT's traffic map. Take a look at all the exclamation marks out on the western part of the state. Coming up, we've got a confirmed tornado we need to show you from Blowing Rock. That's next.
And taking a look at radar this morning, things thankfully have been quiet in the overnight hours and early this morning, but that will change as we get into sunrise this morning. Mid-morning through midday, I want to pay close attention. Heavy rain, gusty winds, and we'll have a tornado risk to keep an eye on too. We've got a full look at your forecast next.
Those words, we're all in this together, really taking shape and form in reality today as a powerful storm is blowing up the East Coast right now. We're already seeing some issues from Helene. Take a look at this tornado that was outside Blowing Rock yesterday. It actually was right by the food line in town. It was only on the ground for half a mile, but it did cause a little bit of damage. Take a look at all the trees that came down in the roadways, and this building did have some minor damage as well. There's been another tornado warning just a couple of minutes ago down in South Carolina from this very storm, meaning we need to be weather aware here at home today too. And take a look at the massive flooding in Florida. This is video from Tampa of someone inside their home. They're actually on a kayak in their living room showing what the damage looks like. You can see it is hard to drive in this storm. Just sheets of water hitting the windshield. That was a power line that exploded right there. And you can see power being knocked out today. There are so many people without power, and there are being rescues all across the coast. The Coast Guard had to rescue this man and his dog when their ship went down off the coast of Florida. Christian, as this moves into our area today, what are the big concerns for us?
Big concerns for us today, Ben, are going to be rain, wind, and also an isolated tornado risk that we have to keep an eye on this morning. I'll tell you, this thing is really astonishing. It made landfall late last night after 11 o'clock in the Big Bend of Florida as a Category 4 storm. It's weakened down now to a tropical storm, but it is trucking along at 30 miles per hour, still has 70 mile per hour winds. So it is still going to be strong as it rolls by pretty close to us. So that's why I think we're going to see some higher wind gusts, why I also think we have a tornado risk, significant tornado risk for us to keep an eye on as we go into the middle of the morning. You can see the center of the storm now just to the east of Macon, Georgia, and the heaviest rain now, the worst of the rain and the wind, pushing into Augusta, Georgia. We're going to start to see that reach us as we go into the middle of the morning. Look down in Florida, though. Things are starting to improve. Only gusting to 21 miles an hour in Daytona Beach, about 20 miles an hour in Crystal River, almost a 30 mile per hour gust just moments ago in Gainesville. But take a look up into Georgia and South Carolina. We got a 56 mile per hour gust in Charleston, a 74 mile per hour wind gust in Augusta, Georgia, just a few moments ago. 53 in Orangeburg, Georgia as well. So the wind is coming and the rain is coming as we get into the middle of the morning. Look at this. This is Tampa, Florida, who's seen some of the absolute worst storm surge flooding on record, and this is right near the center of the city. In fact, the water was a little higher than this a couple of hours ago, but you can see it rising up at least about halfway up these stop signs and street signs. Just some terrible flooding. It's going to take a long time to fix down that way. Meanwhile, on radar, you see those tornado warnings starting to stack up in South Carolina along some of those heaviest and strongest bands of Helene. We're in a little bit of a lull right now in the Triad, but our mountains, of course, still continue to get the constant rain that they've been getting since Wednesday. This is a live look in Boone right now. I'll tell you, the mountains are not a place where you want to be right now, and they will have lasting impacts from this storm. Meanwhile, in the Piedmont, we have a News 2 weather impact alert today that goes up until 2 o'clock today. Heavy rain, high wind, and the possibility of a few tornadoes are what we are keeping an eye on. So make sure you're alert for warnings, make sure your devices are charged up, and if you can stay home today, work from home, if you have that luxury, I would really encourage that. Watch as we go through in time this morning after sunrise is where I think it really starts to ramp up for us. Our winds will start kicking up 8, 9, 10 o'clock. We see those wind gusts 35 to 45 miles per hour, maybe a few higher than that. And that's where I think we see our heaviest rain bands as well. And those could extend from Raleigh through the Triad up along the North Carolina-Virginia border and of course into the mountains as well. Now after lunch, it'll still be breezy, but winds start to relax a bit and our rain should start to taper off. And by this evening, we are in much better shape. This thing is in and out of here pretty quickly. That's kind of our saving grace with this system. You'll see tropical storm warnings painted for the Charlotte area and most of the North Carolina mountains. We have high wind advisories in effect for us here in the Piedmont. Expecting those 35 to 45 mile per hour gusts here. Mountains could see 50 to 60 plus mile per hour gusts as well. And I do expect us to get another 1 to 2 inches of rain, maybe higher than that in some cases in our area, but there's still another 5 to 10 inches of rain possible for our North Carolina mountains. So I do foresee some power outages across our area, but likely numerous power outages and long lasting impacts up in the North Carolina mountains. This thing is moving on pretty quickly though, heading to the north and west and gets picked up by another little area of low pressure, and we are finally clearing things out in time for the weekend. Saturday should be nice, mainly dry and warm near 80. We'll have the chance of a few showers Sunday, but cooler weather and nicer weather is on the way by the middle of next week.
Coming up after the break, staying with Hurricane Helene, the impacts of the storm surge could mean major damage to our area. What you should do first ahead of an emergency. That's next.
We are still tracking Helene. You can see exactly where the storm is and where she's going as she heads here. Stick with us for continued coverage of the impacts. Well, storms like Helene make us ask, what if? It's no doubt trees and limbs will be falling over the next 48 hours. So what do you do if something like a tree damages your house, or if wind damage causes damage to your roof and now the water is inside? 2 Wants to Know's Tanya Rivera explains the first thing to do is what comes naturally, and that is grabbing your phone.
First, document the damage. We have these amazing things in our hands every day that are cell phones that can take pictures, can take notes, can record your voice. So you've got a great tool to document the damage.
Recording the damage, it helps you document the situation so that your insurance company can see the time, the date, and the scope of what happened. Next, you want to prevent further damage, so do what you need to. That's a tarp, cleaning things up, or cleaning things out. And last, you need to report it to your insurance company and make a claim.
Report it as quickly as we can so that an adjuster can come visit you, or you can work with an adjuster.
Which brings us to this point. Do you have your insurance agent in your phone contacts? Name, number, email. When you get the chance, go ahead and add that person. So if there's an emergency, you are not scrambling to find it, or your policy number.
All right, 5:21 right now on this Friday morning as we continue to track Helene. The worst for us, mid-morning, 8 a.m. through about lunchtime. Then things start to improve. We'll take you hour by hour through your forecast, talk about our impacts that we could see over the next few hours in the Piedmont coming up. All right, good Friday morning to you, Piedmont Triad. A News 2 Weather Impact Alert Day as we continue to track Helene. Couple of updates. It did make landfall last night in the Big Bend of Florida as a Category 4 hurricane just after 11 o'clock. And since then, this thing has picked up forward motion. It's moving at about 30 miles per hour right now. Right? It was in the Gulf of Mexico last night around bedtime, and now it's in the Carolinas or approaching the Carolinas. It will move in and out this morning, mainly after sunrise. 8 a.m. through noon, I think, is our big ball game here in the Piedmont Triad. We do have those heavy rain bands on the way. Expect gusty winds, 35 to 45 miles an hour. We also have a tornado threat that we need to keep an eye on as well. And just watch over the next couple of hours, those winds are really going to start to pick up. Our gusts still seem like they're on the order of about 35 to 45 miles per hour, but we could see a few gusts higher than that for sure. We could have a couple of 50 mile per hour gusts as well. Up in the mountains, they're expecting 60 plus mile per hour gusts up that way, which is really tough stuff. All of the rain, all of the wind. There will be long-lasting impacts in our North Carolina mountains. Now, going into the afternoon, it's still going to be breezy. Some 25 to 30 mile per hour gusts are going to be possible, but things will start to improve for us as we go into the afternoon. So just bottom line, heavy rain, gusty winds, be alert for those isolated tornado warnings as well. And I would expect that we would have a tornado watch issued for our area over the next couple of hours. So just something to keep up to date on. Of course, we'll be here around the clock for the rest of the day, keeping you updated and providing updates as well. We'll have another check on your weather in just a couple of minutes.
Coming up in the 5:30 half hour of the Good Morning Show, we have crews in areas of concern ahead of what is to be a rough morning and early afternoon with the remnants of Helene bringing record-breaking floods and damage to North Carolina. Stick with us. We'll be right back.
Okay.
Are you on there?
Yep.
In the break, ready for my...
Yep, I am. Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Haywood Road. Yeah, I can hear you. Check, check, 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. Oh, sorry. I thought that was gonna fall. $534. Okay, that's the other bridge, too, where the police car is.
Good morning and welcome back. It is now 5:29. It is all hands on deck. A big weather day here in the Triad.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, tracking Helene making its way to us. A lot of rain, a lot of wind, and we will have a tornado risk to keep an eye on this morning as well. We're starting to see some of those warnings stack up down in South Carolina. So it's just kind of a little hint of what's to come in those biggest bands of Helene as they make their way into the Piedmont in just a matter of a few hours. This thing made landfall last night in the Big Bend of Florida after 11 o'clock. And now it's approaching the Carolinas. That's how quickly this thing is moving and how much forward motion it's picked up. 30 miles per hour heading to the north right now, but still a very strong tropical storm with 70 mile per hour winds. So that's why we're expecting the high winds as this thing rolls through, because it's not going to have a lot of time to weaken down much more until it reaches us. You can see that eye wall in Georgia now, the heaviest rain, some lightning and thunder now just northeast of Macon, Georgia, as this thing is actually starting to approach the South Carolina and Georgia border right now. We're still dry, mostly in the Piedmont Triad, but you see that rain just to the south in the upstate of South Carolina. Some of that rain now starting to reach the Charlotte area as well, and it'll move into our area by sunrise this morning. I really think the worst of it for us is between about 8 a.m. and noon. Still want you paying attention now up until about 2 o'clock for some heavy rain, that high wind, and the possibility of a few tornadoes in our area as well. So make sure those devices are charged up. Be alert for warnings. Of course, if those get issued, we're going to be on TV. We're going to bring those to you. And we are working around the clock today to make sure that you're updated. All right, let's take you through in time on Futurecast. Here's a loop of what it could look like. That heavy rain moves in by about 8 o'clock. Some of that really could be torrential. And those biggest batches of rain will have the highest wind and will have the potential to start spinning for those isolated tornadoes. And those could reach from Raleigh up to the Triad, up along the North Carolina-Virginia border and into the mountains as well. Now, after lunchtime, expect things to start to get a little bit better. Our rain will start to taper off. The wind will still be a little gusty, but things should be in good shape as we get into our Friday evening. So main timing here, a lot to digest on this graphic, but it kind of puts everything into perspective for you. The timing, I think, with our best opportunity for some flash flooding is going to be mostly between about 8 a.m. and noon. Same kind of thing for high winds here. And at that point, I think we start to see some power outages stacking up shortly after that arrives. The isolated tornado threat really is kind of honed down into those 8, 9, 10, 11 o'clock hours as well. And then as we move into the early part of the afternoon, things should start to improve. And we have good weather on the way for the weekend too. We'll dive more into detail on your impacts, take you hour by hour, and we'll talk about that weekend coming up in just a minute.
Well, here in the Triad, it is the calm before the storm. The entire state of Florida, however, a much different story, getting the brunt of Helene and devastation in her wake. Heavy rain, flooding areas, gusts of wind knocking down trees and power lines. Right now, you are seeing hundreds of thousands of power outages reported by Duke Energy across the state. The highest topping at over 200,000 near Clearwater Beach.
Duke Energy divvied up 10,000 employees across North Carolina to respond to Hurricane Helene, from line workers to tree trimmers and damage assessors. We're now in the early stages of what is expected to be a chaotic couple of hours, but crews are set and they are ready to go. WFMY News 2's Taylor Levitt is in Ramseur in Randolph County. It's quiet now, Taylor, but the storm will start to pick up in a couple of hours.
Yeah. Good morning, Lauren. Yeah, we are here off of Edward Farms Road in Ramseur at a mobile park home. If you could take a look behind me, there is a creek behind me. This back in 2015 actually flooded a little bit, but right now conditions are pretty calm. The drive coming in, you could tell that it had rained the night before, but you know, conditions are very calm. There was a couple storm debris from yesterday's heavy rains that were out on the road. So drivers, if you are out heading to school or work this morning, you know, definitely take it slow. But like I said, this creek back in 2015 flooded. We're going to keep a watching eye on it. Right now, the water levels are pretty low, as you can see. But, you know, as that storm, like our weather team said, Helene comes in as the day moves on, of course, it'll pick up, and the rain will definitely certainly make the ground a little bit more moist and, you know, conditions outside a little bit worse. So definitely take precautions and make sure you're keeping an eye out. So we're going to keep watching on all the conditions here in Ramseur. But for right now, it's pretty calm. No rain, kind of humid, but I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Oh yeah, I remember that 2015 storm very well, Taylor. That creek will rise today. Well, Wilkesboro is not the only area here anticipating major flooding and winds. Asheville is predicting record-breaking flooding. Emergency leaders are urging people, if they still can, to evacuate before the worst of this in a couple of hours. WFMY News 2's Amber Lake is live in the French Broad River Valley in Asheville. Amber, what are you seeing this morning?
Well, you talk about some of that record-breaking flooding in this area, and we've already seen a lot of that right now. You can tell the wind is pretty strong, the rain is coming down, but we are expecting it to get a lot worse. We are here at the French Broad River in Asheville, and I just want to show you this. This is an unreal sight. Look at the flooded waters coming up over the roadway. That's a road that you're looking at right now. And the crazy thing is, we were on the other side of this about an hour ago. We were trying to get to this point, but there's absolutely no way to get around this area unless you take some of those side roads, which getting up here, there are roadblocks after roadblocks. There are trees down in the roadway. It was very hard to get to this bridge that we're at right now. But again, this is only expected to get worse. A lot of businesses in the area are closed today. Buncombe is under a state of emergency all day. We are, again, by this French Broad River here in Asheville, and the river's expected to crest at 8 p.m. tonight at 21 feet. Devastating impacts are likely in this area all day long. The crest of the river is being compared to the record flood stage back in 1895 when it crested at 23 feet. During Hurricane Francis back in 2004, it only crested at 15 feet, and we are well above that today.
That is very important for people to realize, is they're going to be at record levels that we have never seen before, with them talking about it being similar to 1916 floods. All of our water levels are forecasted to rise, and we're urging residents, businesses, visitors to self-evacuate, especially if you're in the Biltmore Village area, the Fletcher area, and anywhere along the French Broad River Valley and Swannanoa River Valley.
That press conference by Buncombe County officials happened at 8 p.m. last night. We're expecting to have another one later today, but officials are worried. They're urging people in this area to self-evacuate, to get out of here, just to make sure that they are not stuck. Again, we hit roadblock after roadblock getting over to this point today. We will be out and about throughout today to see how the conditions are and what's happening on the roadways, but we're going to go ahead and send it back to you in the studio.
Great example to stay off the roads if you can. Thank you so much, Amber. We will check in with you a little later. It is now 5:37 and bad weather has turned Wilkesboro into a ghost town. Mavorian Creek is still raging this morning. Folks who live nearby say they've never seen it this high and flowing this fast. Roads are starting to be covered in water. So much rain is expected that businesses off School Street are stacking sandbags. The fire chief of Millers Creek Fire Department Emergency Services is urging folks to stay home.
Biggest thing for us is stay off the roads. You never know where a tree's at, especially at night. You never know where water has undermined the road. Everybody stay at home tonight, please. If you are nearby water, if you see the water rising, please call. We'll come out and evaluate if we need to get to you.
The fire department has extra crews on standby throughout the morning.
Through social media, we're really seeing where the storm is right now and how bad it is across the East Coast. Right now, the worst of the storm is in Georgia. This is Savannah just a few minutes ago. You can see the wind whipping apart this billboard there. And in Columbia, they're getting 60-mile-per-hour winds right now in South Carolina. The trees gusting. There's an entire city right now without power. Look how dark it is in Beaufort, South Carolina at the moment. The high winds ripped down some power lines. You can see those stoplights there not working. Now they are expecting power outages in our area as well today from the storm, especially out to the western part of our state. North Carolina Emergency Management published some guidance for if that happens. Here's what you need to know. The two takeaways that I think are most important on this: keep your freezers and refrigerators closed. You want to keep that cold in as long as possible, so hopefully they can get the power back on. And make sure right now you are charging your mobile phone, any device you want to take with you, because you might not have access to charge it later on today. By the way, if the power does go out, you can always go to the public library. Some of them do have generators that can help keep them charged and going. We'll be right back.
Friday Football Fever, sponsored by GTCC and Shift Ed.
Welcome into your Friday morning edition of Thursday Football Fever here in week 6 of the high school football season, as the damp weather that we're experiencing right now pushed a majority of our games up a day.
Yeah, Jalen, but a little rain wasn't going to stop the action as high school football players embraced the elements and making some major plays on the gridiron. But before we get to the action, here's an update on some of the games that have been postponed. Our GTCC Game of the Week has been moved to Saturday night. It features 2 of the top 1A teams in the state. That includes 2-time defending state champion Mount Airy, who will take on Starmount in a battle of the unbeatens. Kickoff is set for 7 p.m.
Here in Greensboro, we saw a matchup of 2 unbeaten teams as 4-0 Northwest Guilford made the trip to Jamison Stadium to meet up with 4-0 Grimsley. And this one was a wet and sloppy affair early, and after a 3-and-out for Northwest, the Whirlies back to return the punt, but it's muffed. There's a scrum for the ball. Bodies sliding all across the field until Deegan Sowards comes up with the rock. But it wouldn't turn into much for the Vikings, and back come the Whirlies. Ball's handed off to Mitchell Summers, takes the handoff, guts the defense, gets to the second level, turns on the gas. No one between him and the goal line as he makes it 7-0 Whirlies. And this play perfectly describes the day for the Vikings, as they couldn't find their footing out there last night. And the Whirlies defense was stingy all game long. Grimsley with the ball again. This time, Faison Brandon dropping this dime in the bucket to Caden Cato.
Look at that highlight.
With the catch. You like that?
Oh, yeah.
That was right at
Keep
you.
it coming.
It's Grimsley. They're really opening this thing up now. Second quarter we go. Brandon keeping it this time himself. Fights his way into the box for the score as Grimsley wins it huge, 47-7.
Northern Guilford puts its unbeaten record on the line with a trip to Southeast Guilford. It was a defensive battle tonight. On 4th down, snap is low, but Byron Arendt making the most of it and returns it for the first down. Now the Eagles are driving, but Tariq McLaughlin, he gets the carry, but the ball slips out and the Nighthawks come away with it. On the next drive, Amari Akers takes the handoff. He makes a nice little cut and it looks like he's gone, but he's brought down just short of the goal line, so Northern will settle for a field goal. Jalen, this was a barn burner of the game, and Northern gets the 6-0 win.
That's a hard-fought one there. We've got 2 games still on the schedule for Friday. Ragsdale and Page, along with Western Guilford and Southwest Guilford, both scheduled for 7:30 p.m. kickoffs. Atkins at Dudley, Reagan at Glenn, and Mount Airy at Starmount. Some of the bigger games that we'll see on Saturday. You can find the full list of reschedules on our website, WFMYnews2.com. That's going to do it for your look at sports. Hope you have a great start to your Friday.
Wow, do you hear that? Strong winds are slamming the Florida coast, moving the tide inland, causing what leaders are describing as an unsurvivable scenario for people who stayed behind.
Not only can you hear it, can you see it? You can see the fierce winds rocking trees and cemented signs. This as the coast waters are becoming more and more choppy.
So Christian, Helene is hitting still our Gulf states, but making its way here. What is the timing for the worst of it in the Triad?
Well, I tell you, this thing has really picked up speed, guys. Just think about it. Last night, this thing made landfall as a Category 4 hurricane in the Big Bend of Florida. And that was after 11 o'clock at night. And now this thing is moving into Georgia and really at this point crossing into South Carolina. So you want to talk about picking up in forward speed. This thing is trucking along 30 miles per hour to the north. It's still strong though with 70 mile per hour winds. And that's why we're going to see those high wind impacts because it's not having a lot of opportunity to weaken down before it reaches us. The worst for us, I think, is really going to be mid-morning through lunchtime, 8 a.m. up until about noon. That's where I want you to really pay attention. And you can see the center of the storm now moving through Georgia with that really heavy rain, thunder, lightning, gusty winds right now in Augusta, Georgia. So it's on the way. I can assure you of that. Take a look at this though. Winds are starting to die down across Florida, but just to the north in Georgia and into South Carolina, we just had an 82 mile per hour wind gust in Augusta, Georgia. Goes to show you where the storm is. Strongest part of the storm. 56 mile per hour gust in Charleston, 53 in Orangeburg, and that wind is headed into North Carolina over the next couple of hours. This is Tampa Bay right now with just historic flooding right near the center of the city with all of that water that got pushed in off of the ocean into the inland part of the city there. And earlier, just a couple of hours ago, the water was almost all the way up covering that street sign. It has started to recede a little bit, but there's going to be some ongoing flooding problems there for sure. Overnight now, early this morning, we're in a little bit of a lull here in the Piedmont, but look at all of this heavy rain down now in the upstate of South Carolina. Some rain starting to push into the Charlotte area, and that's what's going to be headed our way over the next couple of hours, really after sunrise. So want you to be paying attention up until about 2 o'clock today. Again, the main ball game for us, though, is 8 a.m. until noon with heavy rain, with gusty wind, and with the possibility of a few tornadoes as well. So we want you to be alert. Be ready for warnings and make sure your devices are charged up so you can get those warnings when they're issued. And if you don't have to go out today, it's a really good day to stay at home or work from home if you have that luxury. Watch, let's take you through in time on Futurecast, radar and winds. Watch how they pick up over the next couple of hours. Those really heavy bands of rain pushing through 8, 9, 10, 11 o'clock this morning. That's where we're going to see our heaviest wind or our heaviest rain and our strongest wind. And in those bands is where we'll have the opportunity for a few isolated tornadoes across our area. Now, after lunchtime, it starts to get better. The rain will taper off, the wind starts to die down, but it's going to be a messy morning. I can assure you of that. Look, tropical storm warnings cover South Carolina, cover the Charlotte area and most of the North Carolina mountains with tons of ongoing flood warnings in the mountains. No surprise there. We also have flood watches issued for our entire Piedmont Triad area, and some of those extend over toward the Raleigh and Durham area too. We have wind advisories in place as well for those high winds, and just watch, by 8, 9 o'clock, we're seeing some of those 35, 45 mile per hour gusts. A couple higher than that will be possible. They're going to be seeing 60 plus mile per hour wind gusts up in the North Carolina mountains. So you talk about crazy flooding, crazy wind, there are going to be lasting impacts in our mountains. You'll see some 60 plus mile per hour wind gusts up that way. For us in the Triad, I still think we're on go for another 1 to 2 inches of rain in our area, but you factor that in with the rain we've already had this week and the gusty winds, wouldn't be very hard for a couple of trees to tumble and cause some scattered power outages. Another 5 to 10 inches of rain going to be possible up in the North Carolina mountains as well, with long-lasting impacts there. So it is a News 2 weather impact alert day. Expect things to start to get better this evening. Our Saturday is nice payback. We have a nice day on the way, near 80 and plenty of sunshine. Cooler weather and nicer weather comes back next week.
Right now it is 5:50. You know a storm is going to be bad when the Waffle House is boarded up and closed. This one in Florida, but emergency management all along the East Coast say this storm could be dangerous. Our Verified team looks at why next. Right now, Hurricane Helene is churning its way up the East Coast. Experts are predicting unsurvivable storm surge in some location. Brandon Lewis from our Verified team looks into what makes the storm so dangerous.
So let's verify. Is flooding actually the leading cause of death during hurricanes? Our sources are the American Meteorological Society, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, and the Florida Climate Center at Florida State University. Every hurricane and tropical storm brings rain and the potential for coastal flooding from storm surge. The American Meteorological Society studied deaths caused by hurricanes over 10 years and found flooding was the leading cause of death. Nearly 6 in 10 deaths were caused by drowning from flooding, while the wind led to 1 in 10 deaths. NOAA says a storm's category number has little to do with a storm's projected rainfall and flooding risk. Between 2013 and 2022, 6 of the 10 deadliest storms were Category 1 or weaker when they made landfall. So, yes, flooding is the leading cause of death from hurricanes. Some meteorologists want to overhaul the hurricane system to include a storm's potential size, duration, and intensity, instead of just focusing on a storm's wind speed. With your Verify, I'm Brandon Lewis.
All right, 5:55 right now on this Friday morning, a News 2 weather impact alert day. A couple little updates on Helene for you. In case you missed it, it did make landfall last night in the Big Bend of Florida just after 11 o'clock. And when it made landfall, it was a Category 4 hurricane. But just how quickly this thing has sped up is astonishing. It's now moving into South Carolina in the matter of only a few hours. So it has picked up forward speed immensely. The worst for us comes this morning, mostly between about 8 a.m. and noon. I think that's our biggest ball game with our heaviest rain, our highest wind. And at that point, I also expect that we'll have a few isolated tornado warnings to bring to you as well. So something we're paying close attention to over the next couple of hours. And that wind will really start to pick up. Notice by 9 and 10 o'clock, we're seeing those 35 to 45, maybe a couple of 50-mile-per-hour gusts in our Piedmont area as well. Mountain's going to be seeing 60 to 70 mile-per-hour wind gust potentially. Now, as we go into the afternoon, the wind starts to relax. It's still breezy through this evening and on into tonight, but our rain will taper off. Our big-time wind will finally start to come to an end. We're pretty much quiet across the Carolinas right now, or at least North Carolina in the Piedmont anyway. We've been in a little bit of a lull period in the overnight hours, but just look, more ongoing rain in our mountains. Big time heavy rain in those bands of Helene starting now to push into the upstate of South Carolina. They're moving our way over the next couple of hours. So stay weather aware. Make sure you have a way to get warnings and get alerts. We will keep you posted and bring you the latest through the Good Morning Show and on through the rest of the day.
Watch what happens when you try to drive through floodwaters. Yeah, and it happens so quickly. The message, turn around, don't drown. The worst of the flooding here in North Carolina coming up at 6.
Road 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Go. Okay.
Jeff, look at the kitty.
As long as he don't come over here.
God, I was like, what? Oh, and
Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, mic check. When I say go, you say go. Am I not giving you a thumbs up? Okay.
Right now, a strong storm is pounding the southeast as the now tropical storm Helene heads north. At least 2 deaths have been confirmed in Georgia and Florida.
It's kind of scary. I just stay prayed up. I just hope everybody get through it together.
The storm's so intense it already has taken down trees and shut off lights for millions of people across the southeast.
We have aggressively pre-deployed resources. We are postured for whatever response might be needed.
And resources that are available as the system ventures into the Triad. The Good Morning Show at 6 starts right now.
You are watching the Good Morning Show on this Weather Impact Alert Day. We are tracking all things Helene. Megan, Lauren, Ben, Christian, our crews in Asheville, Claire Fry with us today. We are on top of everything.
Yeah, we're starting to see the system make its way into the Triad. That's expected to bring potential flood risk and some strong winds.
As you see, our team has got you covered from here all the way out to the western part of the state. But first, let's check the path and current conditions for the Triad with our team of meteorologists.
All right, yeah, guys, 6:01. This is what we've been talking about all week. And finally, Helene starting to push its way into the Piedmont. Take a live look over downtown Greensboro right now. Actually, in the overnight hours and early this morning, as expected, we've had a little bit of lull in the action. I can assure you, though, this is going to be changing. Our wind is starting to pick up, too. It's a little bit breezy. We just had a 30-mile-per-hour gust out at PTI a few moments ago, but generally gusts on the order of about 20 to 25 so far. They're picking up into the upper 30s and near 40 up in the North Carolina mountains, and I can assure you that's going to increase over the next couple of hours. Helene is now a tropical storm, but still a very strong one. As of the last advisory about an hour ago, it still had 70-mile-per-hour winds, and now it's moving northeast of Macon, Georgia at 30 miles per hour. Pretty astonishing to think this thing made landfall last night after 11 o'clock in the Big Bend of Florida. From there, it's really been picking up in forward speed. You can see the outer eye wall of Helene now bringing that heavy rain, that strong wind to Augusta, Georgia. There was an 82-mile-per-hour wind gust in Augusta just a little while ago. But the rain now starting to move into the Charlotte area. You see some more of that heavy rain in the upstate of South Carolina moving into the North Carolina mountains, and expect our rain and our wind to really start to pick up. I want you to pay attention through about 2 o'clock this afternoon, but I really think our biggest ball game is between about 8 a.m. and noon. That's when I expect that we'll have the heaviest rain, the strongest wind, and the possibility of a couple of isolated tornadoes. So make sure you have your devices charged. Make sure you have a way to get warnings if they're issued. And of course, we'll keep you posted. Let's get over to Claire Fry. Claire, I want to see the latest path on Helene, where it's at now, and what we can expect going into the next couple of hours.
Well, we are definitely taking this warning seriously, as we've been seeing a lot of warnings just to our south. Here's a look at the live radar right now, where we have tornado warnings just along the coastline in South Carolina. For us, seeing a little bit of a break here in the Triad. That doesn't mean we won't see any isolated showers or even some storms here these next couple of hours. We'll be keeping a close eye on it. As of right now, it is still a tropical storm. For right now, this is in the 5 o'clock advisory. It's going to continue to push northwest at around 30 miles per hour. Winds are sustained at around 70 miles per hour. As it pushes northwest, I don't want you to focus so much on the cone. Lots of impacts are heading our way from this storm, including heavy rain and gusty winds. A look at the futurecast, we're starting to see some of those heavier bands by the time around 7 o'clock through around 8 and heading into 9 o'clock as well. This continues into early afternoon. As we start to head into the afternoon and evening, the good news is we are starting to clear out. However, there is still going to be a little bit of an isolated tornado risk heading into the afternoon and also into the evening. Here's a look at what those impacts look like. Flash flood mainly throughout the morning, starting to die down into the afternoon. High winds continuing anywhere between around 7 o'clock through around noon. Same thing for isolated tornadoes, but there is still going to be a risk heading into the afternoon and into the evening. Again, this system made landfall this morning, or excuse me, late last night in the Big Bend. The worst for the Piedmont is likely going to be around 8 a.m. to 12 o'clock. We'll have more coming up on the system just in a couple minutes.
Heavy rains already ripping through the North Carolina mountains with a whole lot more on the way.
The dirty side of Helene will bring several more inches of rain today. Right now, WFMY News 2's Amber Lake is live in Asheville. Amber, you're in the French Broad River Valley. What are you seeing right now?
Well, since we talked about 30 minutes ago, the wind gusts have picked up. The rain has started coming down a little bit harder. We've seen the power flickering, and it's such an eerie sight to see because if you look down this road, we're on top of a bridge, thankfully. But if you look down this road, you can see the waters that are coming over the roadway. Every now and then, the lights flicker and the power just goes out and then it comes back on. It's such a strange thing to see, but we only expect it to get worse. Again, we talked 30 minutes ago, but the water has already significantly gotten higher and higher and higher within the last just minutes of us being out here. Buncombe County is under a state of emergency today. Their big issues are these rivers that are all along the roadways down here in Asheville. There's record flooding expected here in western North Carolina. You can hear the rain is starting to come down a lot harder too. French Broad River in Asheville is expected to crest at 8 p.m. Friday at 21 feet. We haven't seen that since back in 1895 when it crested to 23 feet. The Swannanoa River, that's another big major river in this area, expected to have major issues. It'll crest around 2 p.m. later today, around 21 feet. Again, we haven't seen anything like that since 1920. Government officials are worried about these rivers.
This is being called a 500-year flood. And nobody has seen a 500-year flood in this area. And again, they are referring that back to 1916, whenever it took many lives during that event and destroyed many homes.
And just being out here, I mean, there's another bridge that is in my line of sight, and we've seen police cars, we've seen fire trucks going back and forth across the bridge. I mean, these are dangerous conditions to be out in. So if you are in this area or if you are in the Triad and you're experiencing some flooded roadways or heavy winds and heavy rains, make sure that you just go home and stay home. Again, these are dangerous conditions, and we want everyone to remain safe during this storm.
Well, that is incredible, Amber. Closer to home, we are experiencing the calm before the storm. WFMY News 2's Taylor Leverett is live in Randolph County, where communities are on high alert, especially if they live near creeks.
Yeah, good morning. We are here off of Edward Farms Road in Ramsor. I want to say from the last time we spoke about 30 minutes ago, the only conditions that have changed so far is that the wind is certainly picked up. But again, it's still humid, not raining, but the ground is certainly moist. I want you to take a look at this creek that's behind me here, or at least part of it. So back in 2015, this exact creek actually flooded heavily due to a storm system that came through this mobile home park here. And we're going to keep tracking it because, you know, the flood water levels can certainly rise as the day goes on. And our weather team is certainly tracking Helene, and they're saying that we can anticipate lots of heavy rains that are expected to come through our area and parts of other areas of North Carolina, you know, as that storm system makes its way throughout the day. So definitely drivers, if you're out on the roads this morning, maybe heading to work or hopefully not dropping kids off at school, because there are some schools that are closed today, you know, definitely take it caution, definitely look out while you're on the roads. But again, conditions right now, it's just humid, no rain, and the wind is certainly picking up, as you probably can hear it on the microphone there. But yeah, we're going to keep tracking this. We're live in Ramseur. I'm Taylor Everett, WFMY News 2.
So it's pretty quiet right now in the Triad, but elsewhere across our state, things are really starting to pick up. This is video from within the last 10 minutes posted on social media of the North Carolina-Tennessee border right there. You can see the rain really starting to come down. I want to show you Charlotte Motor Speedway. We're used to seeing those NASCAR cars on there. Instead, it's all of Duke Energy crews lined up, ready to go in case power does go out across our region. Now, we've already seen a confirmed tornado last night up in Blowing Rock from this storm. Take a look at this massive thing as it barrels through. It was only on the ground for about half a mile, and there wasn't much damage to buildings, but there are a lot of trees in the road that need to be cleared up this morning because of it. I do want to point out we are already seeing more tornado activity from this storm system today. In South Carolina earlier this morning, they had this tornado warning. So if a tornado warning happens here in the Triad today, which is a possibility, here's what you need to know from emergency management. This is really important to keep you safe. They say that tornadoes can be extremely dangerous. You want a safe place to go to, preferably a cellar or a basement. If you don't have that, find an interior room without any windows. That's your best bet. And make sure also that you keep the WFMY News 2 app running on your phone. That way you can hear what Christian and Claire have to say as the warning goes on. Megan?
Great reminders there, Ben. Rescue missions are already underway in Florida. Video shows crews using boats to reach people trapped in their homes along Fort Myers Beach. The water has been on land for hours now, flooding areas like Tampa, where you can see people are wading through, even swimming. Look at that person swimming in the water. In some places, they're even biking trying to get through. These roads are impassable. The Florida governor warned people to take road closures seriously or the consequences could be deadly. In Atlanta, Georgia, parking lots are full of rainwater with tops of cars just peeking through. The overflow causing problems for residents waking up now to try to see what is left. Lauren.
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at our roadways. Right now, we are taking a look at our NCDOT traffic map. And right now, we are tracking one accident within the city of Greensboro. As we zoom in here, this is actually right outside of Greensboro, out near the High Point area. The call came in around 2:20 this morning, and we can expect that to wrap up around 7 a.m. But I want to zoom on out, taking a look across North Carolina. If we click Hurricane Helene, right now, we have 22 active incidents on roads in North Carolina due to this storm. Most of those out to our west, here out in the mountain area, out near Asheville. But as more rain starts to move in and make its way towards the Triad, we could start to see some of these weather alerts move closer to the Triad area, meaning you might want to stay off the roads if you can, if you don't have to be out and about. Megan's going to have more on what could happen to your vehicle if you were to go through those floodwaters. Megan?
Yeah, Lauren, that is so important. You might see encountering today roads covered in water, especially if you live in western North Carolina. We want to make sure you are safe. As a general rule of thumb, you should never drive through any flooded road, especially with waters this deep. Sometimes you don't know how deep it is. Just 6 inches of water can stall your car and cause you to lose control. A foot of water can cause a small car to float, and 2 feet can wash away most vehicles. Rescue crews say if you see water on the road and you're not sure how high it is, don't chance it, turn around, don't drown. We'll be right back tracking Helene.
Just look at that. Raging winds whistling through homes in Valdosta, Georgia. One of the many cities hit by Helene. Crews there reported those massive wind gusts knocking out power in some areas too. You can really get a better picture here of just how strong they are when you look at that stoplight swaying in the wind. Christian, are the winds going to be that strong when they come through here?
Well, we're going to have some pretty strong winds, Ben, 35 to 45 mile per hour gusts as a general rule, but that doesn't mean we couldn't have a couple of 50 mile per hour gusts. And of course, that would be enough to do some of that. Thankfully, we're not going to be getting what our mountains are going to get, though. 60 plus mile per hour gusts there are possible. In fact, down in Georgia, just a few moments ago, there was an 82 mile per hour wind gust near Augusta, Georgia. Here's the latest on Helene as of the 5 o'clock update a little over an hour ago. Still, even though it's a tropical storm, very strong with 70 mile per hour winds racing to the north at 30 miles per hour. And because it's moving so quick, that's why I think we're going to see high wind from this. It really doesn't have a lot of time to weaken out much more before it reaches us. Right now, at the last advisory, 40 miles east of Macon, Georgia. I expect that's a little bit more to the northeast now with that quick motion. And you can see some of that really heavy rain now pushing into the upstate of South Carolina toward the Charlotte area, the center of that storm now right in the middle of Georgia. And here's Augusta right on the South Carolina-Georgia line with some really heavy rain and some lightning as well. Take a look at some of these wind gusts over the last couple of minutes. A 69 mile per hour wind gust in Augusta just moments ago, 55 in Columbia, 46 mile per hour gust in Greenwood and Greenville in the upstate of South Carolina. We're generally on the order of a 20 to 30 mile per hour gust right now. A couple of 40 mile per hour gusts though in our foothills, and we're just going to see that increase more as we go into the next couple of hours. So expect things to start to pick up as we get into sunrise and shortly after that, when I think the worst of it will be for us. Down in Tampa, Florida, seeing some historic record flooding right there near the center of the city as all of that storm surge pushed in off of the ocean. The water was up to the top of the street signs just a couple of hours ago, so some of this water now is starting to recede. Thankfully, you may have been able to get a little bit of sleep last night. We've been in a little bit of a lull since overnight and now into very early this morning, but you see what's headed our way. It's in South Carolina right now, and several tornado warnings down in South Carolina over the last couple of hours. So things are really going to start to go downhill for us as we get into sunrise and shortly after. You can see some of that rain now making it into our southern county. So want you alert between about now and 2 p.m. I really think the main ball game for us though is 8 a.m. until noon. And that's when I expect us to have our heaviest rain, our highest wind, and the possibility of a few tornadoes as well. So be alert for warnings. Make sure your devices are charged up. And if you can stay at home this morning or work from home, I would really suggest and encourage you to do that. Just look, those heavy rain bands move in. Our wind really picks up through the middle of the morning, and those heavy bands could extend from Raleigh through the Triad up along the North Carolina-Virginia border. And in those is where I think we'll see that possibility for a few tornado warnings as well. Tropical storm warnings in effect for the mountains. Flood warnings out for mostly all of western North Carolina. Flood watches do include us here in the Piedmont Triad, and wind advisories in effect for our area as well. You'll see those winds pick up mid-morning. It's still breezy into the afternoon with some 20 to 30 mile per hour gusts really through that evening commute. So 35 to 45 mile per hour wind gust here, higher than that near 60 mile per hour wind gust or higher up in the mountains. I still expect our area to get another inch or two of rain with another 5 to 10 inches of rain possible in some of the North Carolina mountains. So really a tough go for those folks with lasting impacts in the mountains. Things start to improve for us this evening. Our weekend gets off to a pretty good start. We're mainly dry, we got sunshine, and we're up to 80 for Saturday.
As that wind picks up, you can expect power outages to pick up. Let's take a look at our Duke Energy outage map. Obviously, most of the outages concentrated west right now, but I want to focus on the Piedmont Triad. Just a few pockets of outages in Greensboro. But if we go a little farther east to Mebane, where we've had reported 20 mile per hour gusts this morning, there are approximately 1,000 power outages. Duke Energy has not confirmed the cause. These outages started coming in at 5 a.m. and they're mostly concentrated around Highway 119 and South 3rd Street at Gibson Road. We are going to be making some calls on this and let you know, but tell your friends in Mebane if they don't have power right now, they can stream us on WFMYnews2.com or on WFMY Plus on Fire and Roku. We'll be right back.
It's time to read to succeed. We hit the road this week with our award-winning literacy program. The students at Sumner Elementary School in Guilford County say reading is the key to success.
How you feeling this morning? Sumner Elementary School. Are you guys fired up? You guys ready? Excited this morning? We're going to talk about why it's so important to know how to read.
Reading, it's life. It's everywhere, from the signs that we read to the books that we read, and it's really important for kids to learn how to read.
Does anybody know who that is? Why would Taylor Swift need to learn how to read?
Because if she's trying to write her songs.
Why do you think it's important for LeBron to know how to read?
Because he gets a lot of contracts.
As you're growing up, as you become an adult, you read everywhere you go.
And I do a lot of reading for my job. What kinds of things do news or weather people read?
So they could give you a status update of what's going on around the world.
So it's good to have those foundational skills and start as early as you can.
Welcome to our newscast. The school will change the gym into an ice cream shop by next week.
They got to be news anchors. They got to read scripts and see what it's like to be behind the camera. They were able to talk about why reading is important, some of the influential people that we see every single day, and how reading affects their lives.
Everybody commit to reading for us 30 minutes a day. Can you read 30 minutes a day for us?
They had a great time. A lot of excitement, a lot of screaming, a lot of jumping, so they had a wonderful time.
Just a little bit after 6:25, we're keeping eyes on what is now Tropical Storm Helene making landfall late last night in the Big Bend of Florida just after 11 o'clock. Winds right now are sustained at around 70 miles per hour, moving north at around 30 miles per hour. Take a look at these red boxes here in South Carolina. Those are tornado warnings, and you see those green boxes for most of South and North Carolina. That represents flash flooding warnings as well. So a lot of heavy rain, gusty winds are on the way. We're in a little bit of a break right now, but we are starting to see more bands these next couple of hours make their way into the area by around 8 o'clock through around 12. That's when we start to see some of those isolated showers and storms and even some isolated tornadoes anywhere from the Triad through Raleigh all the way to the coastline. Still a lot of clouds heading into the afternoon, but starting to see a little bit of clearing across the area by the time we're into the afternoon and especially heading into the evening. Current wind gusts mainly to our south, staying in the 30 to 50 range right now across the Triad, anywhere between 20 to 30 miles per hour. That will begin to ramp up into the next couple of hours, anywhere between 35 to 45 miles per hour. Now to our west, could see anywhere between 50 to 65 miles per hour across our area. The good news is after this system moves in and out, we're starting to see nice weather on the way heading into the upcoming weekend. We're seeing a couple of showers. We're back in the middle and upper 70s. Pleasant weather heading into next week.
Yes, ma'am. Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 3, 4.
Straight live.
Hey, Amber, ready for mic check?
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and get that.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, mic check. I'm trying to find my
Developing right now, Helene has turned deadly in North Carolina. Our sister station down in Charlotte confirms a person died this morning after a tree fell on their home. Another person seriously injured.
We've been tracking the storm, now Tropical Storm Helene, as it starts to make its way through the Triad. It is expected to bring some potential flood risk and some strong winds.
Yeah, we have team coverage reporting some of our southern and western counties with what we're seeing right now. Amber Lake is in Asheville, where there is historic flooding. Taylor Leverett in Ramsor, where quiet conditions right now could change, especially in areas where there are creeks.
Before we get to them, let's check on the current conditions and the path for the Triad with our meteorologist team.
Yeah, Claire, we've been tracking this since yesterday or really all week, and now we're starting to see the impacts, and we're only just a couple of hours away from this reaching us.
Just a couple of hours, and I mean, it's going to last through early in the afternoon, but the good news is after it's through, and we're looking at a pretty nice weekend.
And I think that really is the saving grace with this, the fact that it's rolling through quickly. All right, let's take a live look over downtown Greensboro this morning, show you what we got across the Piedmont. Yes, we have clouds, and we've been in a little bit of a lull, kind of a break overnight, as expected, which is good news. So hopefully you've been able to get a little bit of sleep in the overnight hours. Now that is going to change as we go into the next couple of hours. Now, if you missed it, Helene did make landfall last night in the Big Bend of Florida as a Category 4 storm shortly after 11 o'clock. But this thing has really picked up in forward motion, and that's why it's reaching the Carolinas right now. The worst for us, our main ball game is mainly between 8 a.m. and noon. That's when I think we see our strongest winds, heavy rain, and we'll have that best chance of seeing an isolated tornado as well. It's a bit gusty already this morning, 20 to 30 mile per hour gusts across the Piedmont Triad, some 40 to 50 mile per hour gusts up in the mountains. And that rain is continuing for our North Carolina mountains. Really, already there have been big flooding problems, and there will be more of that exponentially as we go into the next couple of hours. You can look down to the south and see rain now starting to move through the upstate of South Carolina into the Charlotte area, starting to reach our southern counties as well. And as we go into those hours, specifically 8 to noon, I want you to have to watch some of these outer bands. This one, especially down in South Carolina, has had a history of producing tornado warnings. So that's something that we'll be watching a little closer as it reaches us in the next couple of hours. So staying alert up until about 2 o'clock this afternoon. But again, the main timing for us, I think, in the heart of the Triad is 8 to noon. Heavy rain, gusty winds, and the possibility of a few isolated tornadoes. Just stay alert for warnings if they get issued. If they do, of course, we'll be on TV and we'll bring those to you. Make sure your devices are all charged up and ready to go in case you lose power. Claire, I want to get over to you and see where the storm is right now. Of course, we've been tracking this the last couple of hours. Go ahead and tell us where the storm is, and I think you're going to talk a little bit about what we can expect over the next couple of hours too.
Absolutely. Well, we've been keeping an eye on Helene here for the last several days, and it did make a landfall late last night as a Category 4. As of right now, Tropical Storm Helene has weakened a bit, but winds are still sustained at around 70 miles per hour. It's also moving very quickly north at around 30 miles per hour. This is largely due to an upper level system known as an upper level trough, kind of help lifting this system very quickly through the area. The next couple of hours we'll have to keep a very close eye on any rotating cells, especially through around noon. A look at the live radar right now across the Triad. Plenty of flash flood warnings in western portions of the Carolinas and a tornado warning down toward Charleston. But for us in the Triad, looking mainly dry for right now, but starting to see more rain bands make their way into portions of our southernmost counties that will begin to make their way into our area here these next couple of hours. The latest on Tropical Storm Helene, it is continuing to push toward the north and also toward the west. Remember, impacts extend far away from the storm center, so don't look so much here at the cone. We will be seeing gusty winds, a lot of rain, and even an isolated tornado threat for the next several hours. So look at the futurecast, starting to see more of those bands by around 8 or 9 o'clock. Heading into around noon or around 1 or 2 in the afternoon, that's when we start to see a little bit more clearing after the fact. And after that, we head into a pretty nice weekend. There is a little bit more of a tornado risk heading into the next several hours, so make sure you have on those severe weather alerts. This is what you can expect impact-wise. Again, lots of high winds with that isolated tornado threat and power outages across the area for some. And heading into the upcoming weekend, looks like we might actually be seeing a little bit better weather, so we'll have a little bit more on that coming up.
Right now in Asheville, the city and surrounding area is breaking to potential record-setting floods. The rain is already coming down there, and it will continue to pour down today. WFMY News 2's Amber Lake is live in Asheville. Amber, you're already seeing flooded roads, roadblocks, and even some power outages nearby.
Yes, and the wind gusts have really picked up over here. I mean, it keeps just pushing us while we're standing on this bridge. But you talk about those power outages. We literally just had one right beside us to the right. This is an area with a lot of businesses, a lot of homes, and it is completely dark. And we keep seeing flashes of light in the sky, almost like mini just explosions, if I can explain it the right way. But they're just, they keep going in the sky. It's absolutely insane. Thankfully, these lights down here on Riverside Drive are still on. They keep flickering on and off, but you can see the flooded waters and just how much that water has come up since we last spoke at 6 o'clock. I mean, it's crazy how quick this water is spreading onto the roadway. Again, Buncombe County is under a state of emergency. They are expecting record flooding in this area. The French Broad River is expected to crest tonight at 8 p.m. at 21 feet. We've heard from city officials and county officials about the significance of this flood. They haven't seen floodwaters like this for years. They're calling this the 500-year flood, and they are trying to get people out of this area. They were urging people yesterday to move out if they were downtown, if they were close to the Swannanoa River, to the French Broad River, trying to make sure that everyone remains safe. This is a very dangerous situation to be in. Not only is the rain coming down, not only is the wind gusts are super high, but again, these flooded areas are horrible. Again, it took us about an hour to even get out to where we are on this bridge because there are so many roadblocks, so many downed trees already, and it's only expected to get worse. Buncombe County opened 2 shelters for people who need a place to go, but they recently posted on their social media that they will be closing those 2, and we don't know why. We are reaching out to county officials to learn more about that situation. They are sending people to the agriculture center, but again, those 2 shelters have been closed immediately. We are going to stay out here. We're trying to get more information from county officials about the road conditions, but we'll have more updates a little bit and later on in the show.
Update, Amber, you stay safe out there. As we roll through the morning, we're going to see weather conditions ramp up.
Yeah, this 1-2 punch of wind and rain is going to suck. The Triad. WFMY News 2's Taylor Leverett is live in Randolph County. Still pretty quiet right now, but folks who live there know what's coming.
Well, good morning, guys. You know, 2 conditions on everyone's top of mind today is wind and rain. We can certainly expect both of those elements to pick up as the day progresses on. I want you to take a look behind me here. This creek here, back in 2015, it flooded heavily here. We are here off of Edward Farms Road at a mobile home park in Ramsor. So this creek flooded heavily, and you know, the water level certainly rose heavily back then, but you know, right now it's pretty calm. All the conditions are pretty calm. And then again, you know, here right now we haven't really seen too much rain. Of course, it drizzled a little bit while we were sitting in our cars, but right now conditions are fairly calm. There's no rain. There's a couple wind gusts that are kind of picking up here and there, but you know, conditions are calm. But again, drivers, if you're out on the roads this morning, you know, the rain will definitely, from yesterday, definitely had the grounds pretty wet. So you definitely want to take it slow as you make your way to like work or school this morning. But again, right now conditions are pretty calm. We're going to keep tracking this storm Helene as it progresses on. For right now, live in Ramsor, I'm Taylor Leverett, WFMY News 2.
Power outages, a big concern with that wind we've been talking about all morning already. At 6:38, it is a situation here. Greensboro, still pockets of outages right now, nothing major. Mebane reporting about 1,000. Duke Energy not saying the cause of those, but the brunt of these outages so far has been to our west. 122,000 reported in the Asheville area. Several more in Charlotte. This is a bad situation. We do know Duke Energy has staged line crews. They are getting help from other crews in other parts of the country to get the lights back on. But we are talking about a multi-day restoration here potentially because conditions are so dangerous. It's doubtful line workers can work in the current flooding conditions that are affecting that area. So we'll keep our eye on this power outage situation. It could get worse for us in the Triad as the wind picks up this morning. Keep in mind, as we said, crews will not be able to start working until conditions allow, so they are asking for your patience. Bucket trucks cannot go up in high winds, so this will be important to keep in mind this morning. Spectrum opened up nearly 35,000 Wi-Fi access points across the Carolinas. The hotspots offer internet access if your devices go down. Just search Spectrum Wi-Fi in your internet settings.
In addition to potential power outages, we want to make you weather aware of the roadways. Let's go ahead and get a live check on those roads. Right now we have a look at our NC DOT traffic map. As we take a look across the state, right now we're not seeing any major delays, but zooming into the Triad, we are reporting one accident. This is out near High Point. That crash came in around 2:20 this morning. This is over on Old Thomasville Road. It is expected to clear at 7 a.m. But as we go ahead and turn on our alert system for Hurricane Helene, right now we have 25 active incidents on the main roads. About 30 minutes ago, we had 21 incidents. This is mostly to the west of our state. Flooded roadways. Again, turn around, don't drown. You don't want to go through those flooded roadways. It could severely damage your vehicle. Ben's going to have more on that. Hey, Ben.
Yeah, you will see some roads covered in water today, especially if you live in the western counties. We do want to make sure you stay safe. As a